Okay, short spin. We already had a spin. We already had the spin. No need for more spin. You already had your daily dose of spin. Okay. We're here again. We're here again. Hopefully the internet holds up. Okay, they're probably yell at my ISP again. Hello everybody. Once again, we're attempting this again. Let's play the game. Can we play the game? Can we play the game, ISP? Please, sir, can we have a crumb of MMORPG? Just a little crumb? Final Fantasy here? Okay. Okay. Where are we going? Okay. Hey. Kind of what was said there. They're like, oh, he has to join the convocation. Great. So anyways, as I said in the stream that does not exist, I'm gonna try to get to level 89 today. So we can spend all day tomorrow doing like 90 quests, level 90 quests. 89 and 90. From here, we follow the path towards the Notonius. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you shall have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us to Calimelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Spriggan!
Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
A shark!
And what, pray tell, is that?
It's a shark!
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads or arms
Why
or
isn't there
legs
subtitles
or
in
arms
this?
and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Why isn't that subtitled? Eh? Oh,
That was
no.
too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
And Salk is always so grumpy.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
It's a very
Well,
ingy thunder.
She is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh, what?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Why did you say that to
Shame for
somebody?
one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
What? Yeah, the stream just started.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
So angry.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
Hello, everybody just tuning
A
in.
traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Hmm. Did they even know what primals are?
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
They're so cute and tiny.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
No, I'm not gonna read if I don't have to. Like, I'm spending like 10 hours reading. I'm not gonna read if I don't have to.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
He's so grumpy. You know I kill you in the future.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
This isn't calm?
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
You better be nice to me. I killed you in the future. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprits before being distracted by the big business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? I would, of course. That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join in the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many things. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Here's the thing, Oh, we just started. What are we up to now? Hello, hello. We just started a level 87 MSQ. And we've just met Vana. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find as I followed it in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal, well done! Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Oh, you too? Some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of wisdom, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's time I return the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. This entire place to myself. Look at all these people. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I plant some tea. Don't make me read.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning?
gosh, it's a long story. I should be sitting here for like a good 3 hours to tell everything. Three hours later. Well, since I am at level 87, I will assume that I've completed...
Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts.
70-80%?
Much of it borders on the
of the
incredulous.
MSQ?
What of
80%?
you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
No, I do not want to know.
Why would I
how many
feel I
have
had
left.
no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
I'm at the start of level
But what could
87
it be?
questline. So
What
there
are we
should be a
meant to
dungeon
accomplish?
sometime soon. For level
Might it
87.
not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
He goes, but his mouth
Hardly
goes
any.
like,
But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidelin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal man.
Wow!
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you're tempered by a zodiac. I'm sorry I killed you. I'm sorry.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me.
Okay, my guy.
I've
No
had my
offense.
fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
Angie, so Angie.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Okay. I wonder if this is just all an animal rights activist just gone wild. What? You kill all the animals? I love the animals more than people! I love animals more than people! So, I'll get all the animals to kill you! Okay. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. See the woman standing in front of the yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has had her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I'll help with drawing out your answers if need be, but I will leave the choice of topic to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Okay. This is the Miss Kia. I don't know what this means. This is the MS Kia. How can I determine what percentage is done based on this? No, this isn't the... Oh, stuff is about to go down. This is just the... Hey, just stand here and just look at people. And talk to people. Greeting, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes. I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vina. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? Oh, I can only answer from my own experience, but... I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts within the power of light. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot rightly say, as the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subject to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. What do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. Hello, people just tuning in! My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth. I have not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. The Chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Well, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Charlotte, I think we've taken enough of Izmin's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries and resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Izmin mentioned. While I did not feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Tamios. Okay, where are you? Where are you? Here we go. Yes, I'm Tamios, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So what is it that you wish to speak about? Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that can climb so high they disappear from view. Others would traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save for he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we, who have prized elegance of form above all else, are undoubtedly what... My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply in the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if you were to come to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and intellecties. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or another? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? And why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. But jeez, my guy! Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. I don't have time for idle chit-chat. Idle chit-chats. And blames me for disturbing him. back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any rambling Ismene mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? I see, even an expert in the field has little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone the awareness of dynamos. My questions resulted in much of the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which he just told me. Which leads me to believe there's only one person with any significant knowledge on dynamos is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of dynamos and the intellect keys, which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Yawn. Thus, I'm inclined to stay at our current course and learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon? Aside from her unorthodox method of communication, she has sisters. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel like you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripedia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. I haven't heated a blanket on now. It's getting kind of hot. Wait. Okay. Maybe make some tea later to like wake me up. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripedia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the inferior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason why we're here, isn't? Are we? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. I can read. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I should join you there anon. I am I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? I'm so sorry. No personal space. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Don't make me read, please. It's kind of sleepy today. Fudge! Okay, let me get comfy in the chair. Okay. Indeed. So if you know... Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wanted to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? By that, I assume you mean Meteon? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. He was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending a Meteon heavensward. A host of them. For several days, he would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as the most beautiful spectacles he had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or would you like to hear it from her lips directly if you prefer? At present, she should be observing a subject in the Metabyssos Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the Earth's oceans. World's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regrettably delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. It was a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered with the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Wow! Wow, I'm gonna celebrate your death! Is essentially what he's saying. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? I dance on your grave! Then allow me to reconfigure the door of the archives here. It will take you up to the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. You know what I really want to do? I want to put my feet up on the table, on the desk. Okay. Very, very lazy, very, very relaxed here. Let me... Oh boy, oh boy. Let me adjust the camera here a bit. Okay, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Okay. Very loungy today. Okay. I've opened the path to the skyway. As soon as you pass through this door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Okay, let me fix the camera. Okay, alright, that's better. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight past the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance of Metabasos Thalassai. Colleen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Vanna, just passing through, and allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Mistress Vanna, I was not told to expect. I would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen. Yes, of course. I will inform her immediately. How many people do I have to talk to in order to get to this person? But she may be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Did I let you know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Debatable.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
We just on our life story now.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
Fell where? No. What fell?
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind?
No, I didn't fall on my chair. Or almost.
Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And
Did you
amidst it
walk
all are
there?
people, beacons of light and life.
Like, do they have
Laughter that warmed
transportation?
my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose, my love.
This is called, it's called like wanderlust, right?
And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Ah, do you want us to kill you?
You, who are our future. Tell me this, and tell me true.
Like, I cannot die. Please kill me.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Mm.
Pray forgive my lateness.
Jeez, lady, we were
My
waiting for
observation
you.
subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Sus.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
She sounds like an older Lise.
Please.
Like a deeper voiced Lise. This Galeen person. I'm eating a gummy worm. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what I've learned so far, I think we do safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. I suggest That either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes itself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have yet no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter a more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption, our next step could be to divine why, or even if he might take such a terrible fate of our star. Because he's an animal rights activist! He's like, get rid of all the people! Okay, he's like, get rid of all the people! Only animals, only animals! I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Meteon. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast. Rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Hello people who are just tuning in. There you go. Oh. Jeez! Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Right there! Oh, what about that one? Have you made the means to fly? It's quite a distance away. Sorry, just quite a distance away. An inconvenience, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Can you fly? To meet Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Charlotte here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not traveled. Yet still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What, you've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle. And should you convince Argos that you are worthy, of his back, and besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of a distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler friend of mine? Grim an option? And if this memory turns out to be a bad one, that's up to you, isn't it? If it lost its sting, then you had better win. Bear in mind and prepare your weapons. I shall await you at the clearing over yonder. What? What? Hey, my dog doesn't really like you. I guess you have to beat me up in order for it to like you. What? Alright, you haven't had too many trials. Okay, let me actually sit up here. In chair rather than lounge.
Let neither side hold back.
Jeez, what the heck? Nani?
My blade sings!
Nandeto!
Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself.
My bad, my bad!
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Why are you beating me up? Why? Okay, let's go. No! Okay, there you go. Well. Well.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Why are we fighting? Why are you fighting?
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Why are you fighting? She beat me up. Why did she beat me up? Why am I being bullied? I don't understand why I'm being bullied.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
You were fighting to the death?
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours.
Ah, it's like
Just
when you're
claim
50
you
years
have
old and you
weathered
get beaten by a
considerable
20-year-old.
Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
My owner kicked your butt! I'll be nice and let you ride me.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Why couldn't we have a cat? Argus wasn't held as standing on the very spot where the Meteon made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. And then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Jeez, what is that? Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Sorry, I had to fix the mic. The microphone was like super really close to my face. Oh, wait, can I get a hit on? Can I get a hit on? Wait, no. Oh, I got a couple of hits in. Yes, practicing for the Kusogaki ASMR. Okay, please do not expect it to be like actual ASMR. It's just a joke. Okay, it's gonna be a joke stream. But yes, Kusogaki ASMR on Saturday. Now, what's the name of that tree? No, something. Ah. Well, I don't have like a real ASMR mic. It's like $400 for like a real, like binaural, I think. Binaural mic. I think that's what you call it. Brace yourself for the landing. It's too fast for me to read.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Unwillingly.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul
I'm mentioning
in the
not,
moment a
not
subject is
talking.
recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
If I close my eyes for too long, I'll fall asleep.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
I thought she could
End of
talk
status
well.
report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Ah.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Hello, people, just tuning in.
Unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps...
Hello, people just tuning in. Hello.
Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
I'd rather have the apples covered in syrup over a flower. Okay.
So, what is your opinion?
Animal rights activist! Who is like from Hogwarts. An animal rights activist got into Hogwarts. That's my opinion.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are many number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do no worse than look for Ctis's Hyperboreum, the largest facility. It stands at the Isgale Boreas in northern Nile. I wonder, Charlotte, for an institution which claims so studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for all of them on so few islands? You're eating a gummy worm. Have a burger in the fridge. That's not until later in the night. The answer lies within Ctis itself. You touched upon the practice. I need sugar in order to wake me up, but I am starting to wake up more. We touched upon the practice before, back at the archives. Where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same was true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Let's just ground beef together. Nothing's better than ground beef. Ground beef with salt and pepper. The simplest route is via the teleporter at Poitin Lycos. I burned the hamburger buns though. I was toasting them. I just turn on the frying pan and just put the bread like face down. And for like 30 seconds, but I left them on for like a minute and so the buns are kind of burned. Hey, let me pick up this. Hey, let me pick up this. Here. No, I don't have any salad on it because I don't have any salad. I would like some salad, but I don't have any salad stuff. What I do have though, I did put some red peppers on it. So it's a burger with peppers on it, red peppers, and some mayonnaise, like spicy mayo, not like regular mayo. And it's kind of it. Don't care about the side quest. Don't care about the side quest. Nice, thank you, thank you. La, la. This place is always so windy. I always hear wind in the background. spicy meal look, because I don't like a whole lot of sauces, but I can't just have the burger plain, you know? I can't have the burger plain. Kind of weird, degenerate, just that, you know? So I put some spicy meal on it. Just a little bit, though. 'Cause I didn't have any salad. If I would have had, like, some lettuce and tomato, then... yeah, then I wouldn't have any spicy meat on it. Nah, no ketchup. Do I have ketchup? I don't know. I don't think I have any more ketchup. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the Catissus Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroad. And turn left. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. What is that? Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Furthermore, we have confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as the creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. I love this piano piece, by the way. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. I thought you didn't believe me! According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Ephilodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Van Daniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Van Daniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I'm certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting They seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Gremlin option. This does not mean I believe your ridiculous story. Sure, Salut Suzu did it! But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Salut Suzu did it! Not like I believe you or anything, but I'll work to like help you out just this once. But don't ask me for anything ever again. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I'm merely carrying out my duty. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I may have a moment to adjust to my vision. There he is. On the next aisle over, Meteon is with them. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. I don't like some of the insinuations in chat, you know. Feel the sneeze coming on. Okay. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Charlotte, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. A teacher told me that once. Make yourself useful, Charlotte. It is my French teacher. When we were in Canada, told me that. If I were to go, he would only assume I was there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. Oh, it's because, okay, this is what's happening. We were at like a maple syrup farm, where they like collect and create maple syrup. Right? Very Canadian. Very Canadian. And the teacher wanted everybody, get in a group picture here. Let's take a picture of everybody. But I was like, I don't want to take a picture. I don't want to be in the picture. My hair doesn't look great. I don't want to be in the picture. Let me see if I can just stand on the side and nobody will notice me. But then the teacher noticed I was standing on the side by myself and was like, Charlotte, make yourself useful. Get in the picture. So that's what happened. Then again, perhaps Charlotte can handle them. She did survive a bout with the Venat, after all. Off you go and find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Yeah.そこそこWhere's this thing? Where's this dude? Okay, I'm just glad I hit there. No, seriously, where is this dude? I don't see him. I have to remember that is up global quadrant! Fudge! Sorry, got it. Okay, jeez! Where is this guy? I literally did not see him. I'm in this circle. Dude, what? Oh, there he goes. Hey. Charlotte, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hildeus and Emmet company. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel's seat, you say? Then yes, I'll come as soon as my record is finished! This thing. Okay. Ah! Okay. Let me just park over here for a bit. Well, whatever. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say smell? I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Can I take a shower then? Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Selk, to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past. Assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? And we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
I come from the future, time travel shenanigans.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana.
Eh?
As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis.
Do only women wear white?
Of note is the difference in its
White
effect.
robes? Or is
In the
it just
first
enough?
final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Well, all ancients are super tall, so I'm very small.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea
Maybe
who
it's
or what it
blue
could be?
girl here. Maybe somebody assassinates Hermes and she gets
Celestial
upset.
currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Yeah.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
I know blue. Exactly. Only one room. Only space for
May
one
we please
blue Kusogaki here.
be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Data.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
Yeah.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
You're asking me for help,
Injured
Emmett
though we may
Selk?
be, let us split up and search as well.
Okay, okay. What goes on here? The heck is that? Lotus. Let's have the flying now. Ah, man! It's up! Let's go. Fledge. Hey, leave me alone. Okay. Ah. No, it's down. I'm weak! I'm weak! I'm weak! I'm weak! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Jeez. I'm all wet. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please don't follow me. Eh. No. Okay. Yes? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is like an alien taking control? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Child, please just explain in plain words what the problem is. In plain words. Everybody's so fast and I'm so slow. I hate this. I need to do fates for the bicolor gems. Nuts! Wait. Compelling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Etheirus. Oh. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Charlotte, you mustn't listen. What is it? Let me listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Fine, write it out. Write it out. If you can't listen, write it out for me so I can read it. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Meteon are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. They found alien life forms on other planets, but they were like so much more advanced. And they took one of the girls over, one of the sisters over, and it was now controlling all of them. And they're like, okay, your planet is doomed. Hello, wow. We're gonna take over your planet now. Okay, and everybody's now sent into the panic for the incoming alien invasion. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, We have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why did you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we then not disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Watch how Emma Selk solidified your presence when we first met you. Posture check. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we all must work together. Charlotte will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Hello people just tuning in. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leaf. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have our plan. Charlotte and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, it seems that we are partners for a time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Yes, I can read! Thank you kindly. Thank you for noticing that I can read. Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. So she went to the lake, this isn't tiresome enough, but at least now that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. What are my thoughts on YouTube removing the dislike button? I don't care. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to Remora. I'm sorry, I'm a troll. I just want to troll him and suck a little. So that's a Remora. Man! Man! Not here. I'm not here, please. By the rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? We will hear your report, good or bad. Lay it on us. Charlotte, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Okay, then tell me then! Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. No? No. What? Is there no life on other planets? Sounds like, well, we're all alone in the universe. He's gonna be upset about that? There's no such thing as aliens? Ah! Please. I hate this. I hate this. Please! There, see her. Hmm? It. Don't go! Oh. Stretching. Yeah. Planning on going traveling for like for look at the clock now for maybe like another 6 to 7 hours.
Aha!
Aha.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Hmm. Can't let you do that, Star Fox.
Please, Meteon. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Okay.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation.
So it's like I said, he's like,
mass
there are no
extinction.
aliens. And so he's sad about that.
They are all dead.
What happened?
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
If there was like life outside of this planet.
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
Maybe she only listens to
We are
Hermes.
taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon.
Eh?
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Okay. Okay. What?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report.
Okay, go ahead, finish your report.
Must wait.
Fine, whatever! Jeez, what?
You fool!
So emo. Okay. So emo, man. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when the creation is turned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hey. Hermes is headed to kiss this. Hello, people who just came in. So, hello. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. And now, Charlotte? It is clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we were to learn the truth about the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Okay, maybe it sounded like, well, every other planet seems to be dying, eventually destroying itself. So, what makes our planet even, better? What makes our planet any different? Agreed on all counts. To kiss this Hyperborea. We go. Catissus. Man, leave me alone. Everybody. Okay. I was about to say, I thought there's all other players. I was about to say, well, everybody's in their Harry Potter robes. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catissus? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm has sounded and Catissus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catissus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be fighting at our best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. If you were fairly skilled, at spawning weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You'll need to make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. Oh, can we take them on trust or something? I feel better about my lack of... As you, Emetzel, can you impress us with your arcane majesty? You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner, if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Can we take that into our dungeon? Your tale led us here, Charlotte. 'Tis only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. No, they're not the best character. No. The best characters aren't here right now. We can't take them into a dungeon. Wow, okay. Okay, but I will open up to the party finder in case anybody wants to go. But I kind of want to go with the NPCs. Okay, I'm gonna go with the NPCs this once. Okay.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
What?
Let's get this over with.
Come, let us be off.
It's really immersion.
Come, let us be off. Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with.
If it's Zulk is a tank. Glamour the robes. I don't want to go to teleport. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy. And I'm too lazy for that. Whatever, I'm too lazy for that. Let's go. Ah. Let us go, and let's talk as a tank.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Budge! Hey, whatever. Okay.
Have a taste.
Shoot. Okay. Yes, they have stone. Because remember, it's like stone skin is now like many years old, and we're in the past, like 10,000 years in the past or something.
Stand firm. Have a taste.
Hey, do you guys not do the dungeons with the NPCs on your first run? I always do that on my main. I only run with the NPCs for like immersion and story purposes. Learn the NPCs for the first time. I should eat food.
How about you?
Cheese! Cook it!
Out of my way.
Okay, also... What do you have to eat? What do you have to eat? Jeez, so many ads.
Have a taste. Have a taste. This may sting.
Hey. Okay.
I see you.
One, two. Hey. Ah.
my way.
Gee. What?
I see you opening.
Okay. I still don't know how to really talk. Yeah, I don't know how to talk. I'll try. Because, you know, if you play the NPCs do not judge you for being bad. For being new. So you don't get flamed. You have to read the footsteps and see where the trail ends. Okay.
Have a taste.
This may sting. There.
Not too soon. Ah.
I warn you. Stay away.
This may sting. This may sting. I see you.
This guy is upset about there being no aliens. Or there were aliens, but we were too late. Too late to greet them.
I'm not entirely.
Black mage and heart. Oh, he's a black mage. Yeah, we're still in the past.
I'm not entirely useless.
I'm not entirely useless. Yeah, it's very not a loser vibes.
This may sting.
Man.
I see you, Oblivion.
I see you, Oblivion.
Now, it's rude to interrupt.
Dang, that was close.
How about you?
I see you, Oblivion. I see you, Oblivion.
Hit the damn needs to get more DPS!
I'm not entirely useless.
I see you, Oblivion.
Out of my way!
Quick hydrate?
I cannot let you take Meteon.
Where is everybody? What? I was there by myself for a minute.
I see you.
Nice. This part sounds like some kind of Sonic the Hedgehog tune.
How about you?
Fly true. Fly true.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I see you, ugly.
Ah. That's very fun. Sometimes I tunnel vision a bit, like yesterday. It's a very relaxing job.
Out of my way!
Okay, my guy.
So, it comes to this.
I'm stretching.
I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I have a very long Ethernet cable. Oh, this is transforming.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me!
I see you.
Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Okay, there you go.
Here's my foe!
Thank you, Vina.
Stars on high, fall and rain!
I see you, opening. I'm not entirely useless.
What?
Stand firm.
What?
My way. Dancing wind! Here's my foe!
I see you.
Have a taste.
Huh. They interrupt. They interrupt.
Stars on high! Fall and rain!
No, I mean the NPCs interrupt. That's where my amazement comes from. Ah! Okay, I was greedy. I'm sorry. What? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, kids. Okay, we got this. Let's do the raid wave. Okay, there we go.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient wrath, unleash your power!
What? What?
Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
I'm certain that it's in the corner. I'm certain that it's in the corner!
I see you opening.
Shit. Nuts.
Have at you!
Streams of ether! Surge is one!
Jesus!
Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
Okay, but my parents move too slow, okay? I need time to actually read what they're doing, okay? My parents move too slow. They move at the last minute. They don't give me enough time to react.
Stars on high, fall and rain!
Have a taste!
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Ah. Jeez.
No! My power!
Emma's just smiling. Wow, we beat up my friend. Okay. I'm stretching.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody.
So he's not gonna be Fandaniel, is he?
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full.
I don't get that.
Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others.
Just let him listen to the report.
Consider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
What? Also, doesn't his staff look kind of like the symbol on hospitals?
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you still take her side?
Looks like the symbol of hospitals, the staff.
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration.
What?
Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hyphodeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Well, you can't do that on me, because I'm from the future!
Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
It's an animal rights activist who has gone too far!
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Hola!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Get the child!
To me!
Get the child!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it?
Elpis has
There
just
you are.
such a smooth voice. Such a smooth voice. Very ikemen. The dog can't go any faster. Or can it?
Almost! Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
The dog can go into space.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
A cat could have done the same thing,
Tell
man.
you how sorry I am.
You're sorry?
Neither can I let you escape.
too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
There's no time! Quickly!
A cat could have caught me.
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
Still, if it must be said...
I'm sorry I killed you!
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
My cat would have caught me. No way. My cat would have caught me.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go.
Where?
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
Is she
But
the big
thanks to Emmett
bad?
Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
I expect a trial, actually. Expected a trial. No. Trial should... Maybe trial is at 89.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
Who?
We did?
Literal who?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
Charizard who?
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Okay. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand if your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellect use. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, that the Metea would never be born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fan Daniel. Hello, hello. Thank you for tuning in. Thou must live, die, and know. Charlotte, listen to me. Our duty now is to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come. Ah! Okay, I have to charge up the phone here. Charge up the phone. Give me a minute. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. I'm now plugged in the phone. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Proplion. What is this? What is this first? Wait, what is this? Oh. Ah! Let's go, let's go. No! Man! There's no etherite over there! I need the flying, I need the flying, I need the flying. Okay! My guy! Give me the flying! Give me the flying! Give me the flying! Give me the flying! I don't care about your problems! I'm sorry, I don't care about your problems! I don't care about your problems! But, I don't know what they chose! Man! Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we... Man! Where are we going? Where are we going? Is it here we're going? No. Perks of being a lost flower. Where is this? Where is this quest? Where's the designated location? Where's the designated location? Where is it? Oh, over here. Wait, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's go, let's go! Faster, faster! Up. Here. Yes. Yes. Okay, one more. Yes, we're all fine. Everything is good. Right? Everything's good, right? Right, that's it, right? That's it, right? Give me the flying, give me the flying. Nice! Okay, okay. Okay. One more. Go. Here. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. Hey, where are we going? Where are we going? Okay. Still need a writing map. It's very slow, very slow. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. What? This is the warning! The warning that some real sheets is about to go down! Yeah.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
No, I'm not hungry. No burger yet. I'm not hungry.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Just tell the other 14, hey man, don't tell Hermes.
We might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Well, that was creepy and ominous. That was creepy.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Van Daniel.
He did become Van Daniel.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
It's an attack on Titan!
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
What?
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Yeah.
all is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form.
I was like, wait, how does this help us in the future, though?
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
How does this help us in the future, though, knowing this? Do we have to go and fly to, like, the edge of the universe in order to fight Meteon? No, you can go back home and be like, yo, wild stuff happened! I went to the past! This song is called Now I Know the Truth. This BGM. It's very fitting. This is. Ah, it's probably Hunt. Oh yeah. I'm back, guys! Wild stuff! How do I even explain this? Like, how do you even explain what has gone on? Impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off to the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case while you were away, we had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. So, have you learned aught from the final days? Exactly. How do you cram all this information to my friends? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Like, after that, I would need to lie down for a bit to digest. Like, what? Just, I don't know, it's like... And casually I'll just tell them all this, yeah, you know this, wow, look at this wild thing that happened, you know? It's just so weird to me. How readily accepting they are of just the wildest stories, even if it is true. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The science are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. All meaning. To try to ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alfino have been traveling all over. Of the regions they visited, Locus and Monas is the worst affected. Anchored Estinian and Grelha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatara and I, we've been keeping a close eye. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. Not only that, there's a teleporter in the Garlean Empire. An ambitious project that's likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people at Razathan. Following their discussion, Virtrout declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of a lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, the safe, secure passage for the Hanish refugees into the tower, Alfino, Alize, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. The trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with the Master of Fortuno. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Charlotte. Please, you must help them. Wait, I didn't get to tell you what wild stuff happened! Have Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd better start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'd be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Yeah. Okay. What? Look at the glowy woman here. Charlotte, not a moment too soon. The skies? Over Garlemald are ablaze, but the events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies, that the Form's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart? Sheets! More sheets is going down! That's the warning. Okay. Earlier on the Magna Glacius. Why is it Glacius, not Glacies? Hey, just don't kill anybody I like. It probably jinxed it.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
How come all the monsters are ignoring you? Look at your boy!
Ow.
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Okay, this Fortnite ad could pop in up.
I can handle this pair. You
shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Yeah, you know back when I played Fortnite for a single stream and never touched it again? I almost choked in my lips. Okay. Is that...
the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Oh, we have to heal now.
Help is at hand.
Okay. Like, I still have, like, the game client installed. Okay. And sometimes they give me ads for Fortnite still.
Leave it to me.
Okay, that is the dot. Why not install it? I should install it, huh? Oh boy.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't install it, but... People heal with a controller. It's like literally impossible. Ah!
Enough!
Okay. Yeah, how do people even heal with a controller? I can only use keyboard and mouse for that.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
I don't want to die.
I swear it's the same girl all the time.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
NPCs as this girl's face.
Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid. For once.
I don't think he heard you, my guy. You're so far away. I don't think he heard you. Speak up.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Well, aim better.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
Look at this boy and this girl working together.
That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
I love
now,
him.
Let's go.
Oh boy, are we gonna roleplay as everybody one this time? Or just the twins?
day.
Yeah. My foot is falling asleep. You were moving clockwise?
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
What?
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Okay. My foot is falling asleep.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again.
Alice, are you not cold?
I remember you. From Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look, Alice healing. Alice can heal too.
Look out!
Eh?
Get out of here! Quickly!
What?
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less.
What the heck with your father?
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Look how cool I am! Walking in the snow! In my mini skirt! Cold does not bother me! This is such a lie. I get cold very easily. I get cold very easily, so... Gremlin option.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Ikuzo!
Just the beginning.
Ah!
I had a feeling I'd find you. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me! Oh, jeez.
No. Where were we?
Shit. Ah, look! Ah! Okay. We're back. We're slow. You may notice that I spam buttons. What? Even when things are on cooldown, I spam buttons.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland.
This lady is everywhere!
What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power
I like this girl
is
here.
not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
Yeah, I like this aura here. I like her.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
Hello,
I quite
hello.
agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Viva! What? Let somebody range snipe this guy! Justinian, get in there! What?
Zenos! Here!
I don't like Xenos.
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Yeah, the Xenos saved you. Xenos saved you somehow! What do you want, man?
Why have you come?
What do you want, man? Just go away. Just
A
leave us alone.
heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Leave me alone, Xenos. Please just leave us alone. I hate this man.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Same Alizé.
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
I had forgotten all about this idiot.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah, okay, my
Your
crush.
passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected
When my
bloodlust.
crush is focused on somebody other than me. He's so jealous.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Don't talk to that man.
Garlemald is in ruins.
He doesn't care about Garlemald.
The nation you rule is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people.
He doesn't care about any of that.
Soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Ulysses, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
You heard him.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Dude, just chill out!
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Zenos!
Don't call after this guy!
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
He doesn't want anybody to give him the time of day. He wants me!
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
This man doesn't care, man. You're talking to a brick wall here, Alize. You cannot reason with this man, okay? He's tunnel visioned on me. I have to care about other
We're ready
people
to depart.
in order to get my crush to notice me.
But I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
I thought you abandoned and they weren't your kids anymore.
Do contain your surprise.
What?
I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Charlian. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Ulysses, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
What? I was kind of worried about you back there. You see Zeno standing over there. So uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. Just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say, I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what they said. Anyway, enough about all of that. It's good to see you again. We're at the level 88 quests.
No major injuries then. Good.
Nice. I've not had to read in a while.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions.
What a nice quote.
Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau.
What?
You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
Master Fortuneau.
Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Posture check.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First.
Oh my gosh, we still have not talked about that. Wild stuff, guys, wild stuff! You won't believe it, but it happened. Oh?
Did you hear something just now?
No. What is it? Oh, what? Huh? A rabbit! What are you doing here? Oh, they haven't met the rabbits.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
great to have this comedic scene right smack dab in the middle of like something we were talking. Will we ever talk about what happened in the first? Going back into the past like 10,000 years.
May banish even the darkest night.
What?
And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
What do you mean dressed like that? What you're wearing?
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Spot of bother? Spot of bother?
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
They're rabbits, yes?
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
This is a long cutscene. Good to haveth you back. Is that grammatically correct in the way he speaks?
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Also, dudes. This is literally the longest cutscene. Also, dudes. Dudes. The stuff that happened on the verse. What? Lag? What? I dare say Master Fortunal was as nonplussed as we are to learn the identity of Heidel's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the forum. I might suggest we return to the annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Yeah, how have I not told a single person yet? What has happened? I like the acoustic guitar here. Yes? Yes. No reading. For the rest of the game, no reading. No reading for the rest of the game! But not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee, in extolling the virtues of Etheirys, I did inadvertently awaken the Loporrit's a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Trial tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidel's Elpis wild stuff, guys! Wild stuff. Okay, next when they sit there and they talk for an hour. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nirvana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamism of the great expanse. Meteon, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for a millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Well, my planet was destroyed, so I have to destroy your planet now too. What? Then our fall is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood. Ah, okay, so now I'm thinking, you know back when we destroyed Zodiac? Like we had a vision of like the world was then like going up in smoke. And then some woman's voice like, "Huh, now I have you." I thought that was Heidelin, but maybe that was Meteon. Okay. That's what I'm thinking now. Because Zodiac was keeping Meteon in check, essentially. Like Zodiac was keeping Meteon in check, and Heidelin was keeping Zodiac in check. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? Not for the lack of trying on Heidelin's part. Surely that is why she used me as a conduit for her will, and provides us clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answers to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon whoever she has made arrest. Wheresoever she's made arrest. Then communing with Heidelin must be by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck in your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Archival and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely come from some sort of apparatus for apparatus. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. And Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Alright, dude, it's alright. Where are we going? Let's show him this gummy worm. Ow. The form is incessant and it says the roster is closed to visitors. The silence is ever done. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on condition that you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. You're like, leave your weapons at the door. You don't control me. Sorry, gummy worms. Yes?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
What?
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
What is the proposal? My head!
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
Ad hoc.
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin.
Okay, Crow, you can take off your hood, but I have to take off
First,
my hat.
It is the forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
What does that mean?
And how, pray tell, do you decide to
Yeah,
leave
like,
behind?
what is as many?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
We gotta clear the way for Garlemald.
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Eh?
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Use the Ark to go find Meteon.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Alright, Dumbledore.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Does anybody in our group have an engineering degree? That we can solve a fuel efficiency problem?
All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. And since we require both a means of communicating with Heidelin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove... Why don't we just call Sid? It might behoove us to learn about how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Just call Sid. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make your own way there. The Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? How do I do this? I click out? Yeah. Your destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Arcane's lift. Step inside and have a feeling take you to the medical circuit. I've sent your associates to the Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Meryl Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend the matter at hand. Where we going? Hey, where are we going? Sit down. Yeah? Wait, no, wait, no. Where is it? Ah! We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being the Logisticon, where atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from the underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. And manipulating temperature and circulation. We're able to create an ideal environment for growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? You're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. And I night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world. We're inured but to the wondrous. That having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such process in a new light. The gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison flourished to contain the ancient zodiac. The habitation is built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. It is no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits the theorists, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Now the Loporits have endeavored. Sorry. Now I'm tired again. I was awake like an hour ago, but now I'm getting tired. Though the Loporits have endeavored to make them inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where it is all barren. The last time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Where plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to such restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such is the nation of the Forum, after all. Which was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Wait, I'll hydrate. Okay. The decree of the Forum. The signs of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. Is this the last area? What is the last area of expansion? No, it's not. Ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Koko Danko, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Hot chocolate normally has milk in it, does it not? I wanted to jump off. Hey.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me.
Isn't this a lullaby? What's the guide?
Think, Coco, think. We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think.
The guy Fuse from Apex Legends.
That does sound rather lovely.
This is like a lullaby Fuse.
Of course, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect.
What's wrong?
According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Is thou consulted with Sid?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
Oh boy.
You know of it?
Yeah, of course it's Allegan. Of course he knows of it.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, The record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more...
Calamity.
Well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Man!
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Man, let's just call Sid!
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
What?
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Look at Alphino stepping up.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Expansion, old expansion name drop.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
Eh?
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm.
I swear.
Might you secure us a suitable
Love
relic?
men. They're either little boys or
it shall be done.
Grown men.
I know little of machines.
Like middle-aged
but
men.
I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
And a lot of men are either very young or very old. There's there's no such thing as like a 20-year-old Lalafell. They're all kids or old men. It's times like these we remind how famous or infamous Alphinaud's become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much in a single link pearl conversation? And we're expecting a lot of visitors in the future. I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? Call said! That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Oh? Meanwhile, in Ulda. No, man. I love Nanamo, by the way.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
This is an old BTM I've not heard in a million years.
We have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Zimberk.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way.
Yeah.
Lord
Stretching
Lolorito,
again. Sorry.
I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
There's a stretchy Kennedy.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and good speed.
Look at Lolorito didn't pose. Lolorito didn't salute. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud. Do we get the same speech just for each region?
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come. Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh, Papalimo! Yeah, we had a little hiccup with some drop frames, but it should be good now. I'm not like getting any more dropped frames at the moment. Meteon, Curtis! I'm on the link? Oh!
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Atorel. I'm glad that they still visit their brothers or half-brothers' grave.
A roar! A dragon's roar!
You guys aren't used to dragons now? Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Very long cutscenes.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Na, 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 na. No job too small. No job too small. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say it though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Alakan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair! You seem to know more than the average scholar. Huh, if only Master Cole knew how right he was while he and Graha established a rapport. Why don't we help the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our agreement, but I suppose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And, if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Punch-hand! What's going on? We're getting some Alakan materials in order to power the spaceship to fly humanity to the moon. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you got a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. How do you get over there? Oh, just walk straight, I guess. can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some fresh inspiration. Scholar Monteshing mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once her work is done. Or are we just talking to the dudes? Okay. Where is the Aetheryte? I saw the Aetheryte. Icon. Oh, there you go. Let me just grab this. Where's the destination? By the Aetheryte, right? By the Aetheryte. There you go. Living way. Fancy meeting you here, Charlotte. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really impressed and interested is the Theros itself, though we now find ourselves in sort of a funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping the forum will give us a guided tour, but it appears they are rather preoccupied, honestly. All the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Is this like another follow quest? A tour of Labyrinthos? Unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the Bestowee Spiral, it would be in their best interest to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening your perspectives. Meow, thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Maybe begin with a great big what's-it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's-it. I leave that its explanation to Charlotte. Goodness me! To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you can direct our attention to its most important features. There, this too. Is that water from in here from inside the great big tube? I'm leaning back in the chair. It must be because those cogs and like a gigantic wheel are at the top. I see, this is how they drop water. Maybe some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. It's a little hard to see from here. Is that a golden pipe connected to on top of those tanks? And I can see through the window. See through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. The thing that looks like trees. The thing that looks like trees in the greatest Endvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. This is where they store the water. If I had a hazard guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would only take a moment to install even in the harshest environments for us lopperates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. I have read, however, that the people of Etheria sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logis Alpha, did he not? He had the lopperates will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid! We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what might have happened. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with an aforementioned big, nasty teeth lopperates may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. impose 3 to assist in... Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrusting way and growing way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, growing way, to the water extraction. What's it? All the animations of Lalafels are very cute. I like Lalafels a lot. They're very cute. I'm tired right now, but I will wake up soon. Thank you so much. Okay, whatever. I'm not reading all that. We're just going from place to place. See, I don't really feel hungry. Which is why I have not eaten. Ah! This is of a regular quest, I think. No. Well, I reckon I'm not die here. Shit. Okay. What? Ah, okay, that's somebody's milk. What is that? Hey friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at this lift's top. Pray follow me. Shoot. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So, this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Etheirys just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if not too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Etheirys will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let's brook no further delay. Let's go. I like how we're just riding the chicken in a building. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who helped themselves to a farmer's crops without permission were often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they will be willing to part with a few samples. Kit. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. Wait, give me a minute. Let me check my email here. Okay. Hey. People eat ostriches. I don't know. I never heard of that. I'm not saying it is not a thing. It's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then whichever star the forum decides will be our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you wanna go? Don't you wanna go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? are grapes, yes? Let's see if they are delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. They taste just... They taste much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit. Yeah, I was like, wait, are these the grapes? I saw like a couple of memes involving grapes, and I was like, I don't know what this is in reference to. But now that they were mentioning grapes, I was like, wait, let me zoom in on these grapes. Is this the grapes that are in the memes that I've been seeing? Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though far less of a visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I love grapes. Yes, they are rather moorish, aren't they? And from what I've heard, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange, by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Equal parts sweet and sour. As with grapes, nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I can see why you're all turning your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though as they are still in my estimation, but no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any vegetables. Let's see. Wait, let me adjust in the chair. It's getting kind of cold and turn on the blanket. Let's see. What's in that field over there? The lowest temperature on this blanket is a little too hot for me, actually. The color, the texture, are they some enormous round carrots? Pumpkins. No, in that case, a proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. Bleh, so hard in flavors, it might as well be chewing a piece of wood. But all but confirms it. There's nothing more misbegotten failures masquerading as goody carrots. As goodly carrots. Stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. You should not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to try out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. Yes, I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? what a wondrous fragrance with luck of a flavor to match. I have no doubt how these are eating. I'll just bite into it. Yeah, my tongue is this poison. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewell and return to the others. Fish, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. Stream restarted? I got stream restarted. Should be okay. Should be okay now, though. Yeah, I can see this. Yeah, it should be okay now. The stream dropped for like... restarted. Should be okay now, though. Okay, we're trying this stuff, guys. We're trying the lemon muffin, okay? Says strength of will. Now I know what Hytland sees in your kind. Ah, the world is ending and we're talking about lemon muffins. Mankind elaborates, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature and sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, with dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with that, and to be content with what we have, and make the most of it. When life gives you lemon, make lemon muffins. Or pardon my origin, but what in the seven hells are you on? But who are you anyway? Cookingly, at your service, I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Etheirus' species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianchi and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? I'm eating gummy worms. Okay, I was in the middle of eating the gummy worm. That was most enlightening. Especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famous for their cuisine? What the heck, time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Highland's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there were some other way. Charlotte, I trust thy time in Meryl ergonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt for our guests, relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to the Charlene hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend each and every lockwood here, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Okay. Yeah, what's that thing here? Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. What? Ah. Okay, that's not too bad. What is this very mature outfit? So let me go here. Okay. Man, okay, whatever. Don't make me read. But you're gonna make me read, aren't you? Fudge. Yes, Charlotte. That was indeed me verbalizing the side that expressed my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at the Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest so lively and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you are reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. My works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Ingrid! How does thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, and equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, could hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. But be used to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable. But I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose I can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked like in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis as good a place as any. Come. My gosh, I so do not want to read anymore. Listen, I'm immediately hot. First I'm cold, and then I'm hot. The heated blanket is too strong. Also, I will hydrate. Yeah, there's settings on it, but I'm on the lowest setting, and it's still really, really hot. It's very strong. Okay. Hello. Slowly but surely chucking away at the atmosphere. All these little side stories and pit stops. Oh, can I help you? Is this you who helped me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and just what people and what people and what they say of the ship. That is, I will read like a first grading now. That is the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know that none of it's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it at the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart in the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless, too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with the most daunting technologies, and thou does whatever has allies here! Ryoji, please! I'm not sure about that, but maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Ah, gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down there, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them part of one big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. I do not find comfort in this conversation because I have to read it out loud, Ryanje. Yet, if Dankrid's tale be true, the others would benefit from insights born from experience. Might I prevail upon the Lockbirds to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's not really like more than to ease the hearts and of the fine people of Aetherius and learn more about them while we're at it. Look, glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Charlotte, thou hast a gift of finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I will await them here, and then I may introduce each one a suitable loperate. I do look forward to that. A place for every loperate, and every loperate in their place. When am I thinking about the medical facilities of the ship, of course? I designed it. Okay, whatever. Some people need some help. I'm sorry. Please go talk. We have to gather the people who are worried, okay? That's what's going on right now. Kiryu-kai Memorial. Wait, sorry, not the guy. Kiryu-kai Memorial. Thank you for the super chat. I don't have the attention span to play MMOs, so I watch Q's tries to do it in Synth. Thank you! Alright, this guy's worried too! Just go, guy! Just go! Okay, maybe he's not worried. Wait, there are 8 people! There are 8 people! What is this? 8 people I have to talk to! Go and talk to the rabbit! Go talk to the rabbits with your problems! problems? Who else has problems? You have a problem? Go talk to the rabbit. Talk to the rabbit. Dude, are there literally 8 friggin' people? We have to find 8 people? Wait, okay, Can go to this door, no? What? Where's everybody? Where's everybody else? Ah! You got problems, go talk to the rabbit. I don't care about your problems, but you. Go talk to the rabbits. Go talk to your rabbits! Yeah, I'm happy for you! Go talk to your rabbits! I'm looking at the mini-map. They don't tell you where it is, where exactly to find the dudes. Okay, can I go here? No? This is terrible. This is literally the worst quest. This is actually the worst quest. Oh my gosh, okay, go bring your problems to the rabbits. They can help. Not me. Go talk to them. Go talk to me. Go talk to the rabbits. Go bring your issues to the rabbits. I don't want to hear it. You go to the rabbits. Go. Why is this animation locked? Go. Jeez, move your butt. You're tired, I'm tired too! Oh my gosh. Alright, where's another dude? Does anybody have any problems? I don't know why there's so many. There's 3 more. Hey, what? Hey, okay. Let me look over here first. So now I'm cold again. Okay, thank you for that. Come on, come on, come on! No animation lock! Go, 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 go! One more. There we go. Fudge! I am! Gosh dang it! Oh my gosh. Like, actually, literally the worst quest in the entire game. More. There we go, there we go. Alright, come on, my guy, come on, let's go, go, go. Medical attention is over there if you're hyperventilating. Somebody help you, not me, but somebody will help you. Go, 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 go! Jeez! My favorite game, by the way. Best game. Marco Horado, thank you for the super chat. Yo, Charlie, yeah, we got other rabbits. Nice, nice. Everybody's talking to the rabbits. And please don't make me read. Like, actually, what is that quest? Actually, I'm just not okay with that quest. I'm so done.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so
I'm
much.
just gonna die.
Well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
He's a pilot, but he's sleeping!
Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Kinda want my burger now.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
That quest wore me out, like I'm totally dead. I'm totally dead.
Oh there.
Oops,
There was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes, I am.
Oh wait, are these like Moonbreeder's parents or something?
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Ah, she looks like her mother.
The nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death.
Doesn't get like a
Celebrate
whole
her
of
life.
emotional scenes.
You know that's what she'd want.
Like touching scenes.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
This is
Reading the
sweet.
words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Hug her back.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together.
I'm sorry, was that not
No
me?
idea how proud we are.
Did I not just suffer through that quest?
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
This is sweet, but it wouldn't get me to cry though. It's very sweet though. I'm happy for
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
I'm sorry. See, if we had the flower here, it would change color. Would it not?
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Okay. It's me who gathered up all these people here. Jeez, man. You need a moment. So glad I made to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that I was in your company. As difficult it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Wanna go get the burger? No, I don't wanna get up. I'm comfortable right now. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loperates. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes at the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing until later. Let me pick up this quest though. Oh, I don't know what they picked. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Look, it's Isla! I was gonna be like, oh, where's this quest? But now I don't care. Hither in yams. What? This is far away. What? Charlotte, what are you doing out here? Squeal, squeal. What? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphinaud should be waiting for us when we arrive. See you there! Okay. Alrighty. Carrying boxes. Let's dodge. That's kind of sus over there. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did she come to be involved in this? And I suppose I think and think as well. Wait, let me adjust in the chair. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Apura to begin with, so was I. As it turns out, Sneeze, the base of operation. As it turns out, this is the base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what's included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Okay, it went away. The sneezing went away. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all that once? Are you trying to intrude yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look. Another one has your delicate arms. I have delicate arms. I suppose we should start by letting someone know we finished. The Alpaladin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Gods, it never ends, does it? Ugh! You're telling me, man. What can I do for you? You've brought samples from Charlene Hamlet. Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunate's children, are you not? Alphinaud and Alize at your service. We're well acquainted with the father, I take. You are well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yee-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. Good to see you again, wielding your father's nulets, no less. You know our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare me no detail. Who cares? I should like nothing more than to regale you, alas. I am meant to be in charge here. and the reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents I need in need of delivery, so how about you take each one? Wait right there. You'll find a firm representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept them waiting too long. Never mind, I'll for now say I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Hey, here, take your papers, take your papers! Whatever. Quick and efficient, because I didn't stay to chat with her. I dare you say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with now the scrap of paperwork remaining on their persons, you will note. You both have made things, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. While even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry back to those who came aboard Meteon Soap, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much about it myself. It's not as if our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. This is why Newkev's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and peruse enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's name, Archival looked not to Meteon's words, but to his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save saving the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of a founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to continue to eschew conflict at every turn, as the coastline mark his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one may conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Remember his words well. Indeed, Archival lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yes, yet Horshinol cannot reconcile Luiswa's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Horshinol agonized over this contradiction for most of his life. God's father! A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Horshinol's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you'd butt heads often enough. And even so, you must know that You must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that's not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course, no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When we next meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I gotta get back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, where the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Okay. Ciao, you three. Raha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has me set a task that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, as we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Charlotte? Can you spare some time? Apparently so! Nothing else to do with my life, but okay, it's with Graha. I will always hang out with Graha. It was okay, I'm sorry. Don't ignore me. Okay, what do you need? What you need? In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and onto my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. Borrowed the key? The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out to safety, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. Elsie and Charlie Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, just not before. This way then. I'm getting tired of reading. The actor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals. Alright, bite the thing! Bite the thing! Okay, I understand. Okay. Oh, burrito da! Okay, I feel better now. I'm lounging in the chair a bit. Na 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 na. Please don't make me read fudge. Did everything go smoothly out there? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there is another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. What? Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. Yeah? What is it? As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alec, of the Empire's twilight years. It was a material which saw much use in the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dolomite, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who wish to push further, expand Alec's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Ammon. I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not for his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. We know that with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec which moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Emperor's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but he could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. ultimately it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to each those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't I see how Coco is getting on? Fudge! I was thinking, is there an etherite over here? No. Leave me alone! Okay. See, now I'm cold, but I know if I turn on the heated blanket, if I turn on the heat, then I'll be very, very hot within like 5 minutes. Alright, let me... Yeah, fix this. Okay. Okay. But it's like, I turn it on and for 5 minutes, it's like, oh, I'm so hot. Wait, I have to adjust again my chair to get comfy. Okay. I'm sitting in a very weird position, okay? But it's comfy like this. So, because like, if I have to sit here for like 1,000,000 hours, it's comfy like this. Man. No. Okay. But I have the blanket on. The heated blanket not on. I have it on my body. But I don't have the heat turned on. But I'm cold. But if I turn on the heat, then in like 5 minutes I'll be hot and I'll feel like, oh, I'm gonna die. And I have to wait until it gets cold again, and then it gets too cold. Whatever, I cannot regulate my body temperature. Okay. Yeah, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found something capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined amadantite in you faster. Yeah, it's a very gamer pose right now. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting! I want that amadantite and I want it now! What a gremlin. Share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can do to assist in the meantime? I wish! This sitting about's unbearable! You're telling me. Pity the firm's frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated and get you gone, I've got mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that there's nothing that's gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlian Hamlet anon. Let me see if I can find a picture. Let me see if I can find a picture. Mm-hmm. No, I don't see any pictures of how I'm sitting just yet. I can't find it. Alright, let me not stall. I'm like in an upright fetal position, but in a chair. I sit like L sometimes. I'm like curled up in the chair. Alright, I'm putting this controller down because I know you won't make
All
me
set,
read.
I take
Thank
it.
goodness. Thank Heidelin.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped
Ow,
animals.
ow, ow, ow.
Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
A neighbor is burning something. I smell
Our
something
consultations
burning.
with the Loperites, too, have run their course.
Like lightly burning
Pleased I am
outside.
to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo.
It doesn't
Your
smell
special
too
delivery
pleasant.
has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
So maybe not a candle. It doesn't smell that nice. So it's like, I think they're burning food or
Speak of the devil.
something.
Let us go at once.
And it's like wafting in to my apartment. No,
Forgive
no, no.
the intrusion, Master
There's
Fortuna.
nothing on
I bring
on the
urgent
stove.
news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
If that is the case, like the stove would have been on for for 12 hours now. Since that's the last time I had the stove on 12 hours ago. And then just now smelling something, yeah.
Where might this delivery be?
Like it just now happened like 10 minutes ago I started noticing the weird smell.
Oh.
Oh. Na 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 na.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
It's all the Allegan stuff.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Good night, good night. Thank you for tuning in.
Loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Yeah, I like these two. I like the interactions between these two as well.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the self-same port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
It's to save the world, no cost!
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Ah, how generous.
We funded the venture. When?
What is that laugh?
This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
I love your little coat.
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
We got this kind of money in our coffers?
Has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Ah.
Mother.
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Eh.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Lalavelds are all powerful.
Erenville.
Very good boy! New very good boy! I love Erenville.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
There we go! Where my Digicon said before!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Hello, Cole said! Like, this should have been the first
Why didn't you
move!
mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Oh, Idleshire! Okay, yeah, that was Idleshire.
Fascinating as
I've
all
been
this
pronouncing
is, I fail
Idleshire
to
for
see how it
years.
explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
Why not the dragons see it
We
too?
do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Idleshire!
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words.
I've been saying
It is
Idleshire for like
appropriate
5
that I aid
years.
you in kind.
Since Heavensward.
If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
So it's just the British
Aldaya's
fudging
answer
it up?
was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
14%? No way!
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
What? This is debate.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
Yes. I understand.
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Hug!
Then I will bear it with you.
Oh.
I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Oh, he's adopting them back! Too late, they're my children now! Suzu! Alize Suzu! You're wanted finders keepers!
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
Eh?
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
It's my kids now. My kids now.
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
There is no gremlin option for that.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I actually really like this track. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. Yeah, it's a very old track, but yeah, it's very good. Very good. Still holds up. Because, you know, like, every expansion they come up with more and more music, and it's like, ah, yeah, this is now the new best song. Oh, no, this is not the new best song. Some of these old tracks still hold up. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. I'm feeling refreshed now. I'm lounging in the chair. I'm all huddled up in fetal position in my chair. And I feel energized. Even though it has been 8 hours. I feel renewed. I should stream like this more often. We are to meet him at Aporia. We shall meet at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however. I just wish this weird smell wasn't in my apartment, okay? There's a neighbor outside burning something. And the smell is like permeating it's like floating into my apartment. I just wish it was this weird smell. It transpires, however, that the form's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what that might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of us who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see any remaining tasks that need doing. Make sure it's not the heated blanket. Yeah, I'm sure it's not on. My blanket isn't on. Like, I'm cold, but the heat isn't on. It's plugged in, but it's not on. I see the outlet. There's nothing wrong with the outlet. The firm has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tatari. We're off to Aporia then. The lowest setting on the heated blanket that I have is 85 degrees Fahrenheit. What's the highest? Like over 100, like 110? I've never turned it up that high. Like 90 is the highest they put it. Where are we going? Okay. Charlotte, I've already shown the others inside. I want to speak with Clary Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Na, 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 na. Ah! It says like 30 degrees Celsius. It's like the base point. Like it's like 28 degrees Celsius. It's like the coldest my heated blanket can go. Okay. Come here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, its most closely guarded secret, Damazin. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, once we delve to seek an audience with the star, and once we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Like when I'm sleeping at night, when I'm getting ready to go to bed, I turn on the heated blanket in the winter. And I usually have it at 85 or 90 degrees. But I don't know, for some reason today, it's like, it's too hot, it's too hot. Cause it's like, it gets too hot and then like it's 5 minutes and like way too hot and I'm gonna throw up. It's like turning off and now I'm really cold. But not super cold where it's unbearable. It's just cold. What is that? Is that the spaceship? My mother turns on the fan, but not to blow on her, but just for like white noise. She can't sleep without white noise. Okay. I bid you welcome, Bethalmism. Direct your attention towards the center. Behold the arc, over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. Okay, I'm like sliding off the chair. As the ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I received word that Coco and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night. If you're leaving or anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with the Highland. Thank you for stopping by. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you guys, however, that even in the benefits of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? I'm gated! Oh my gosh! No! Oh my god! Let me in! Yeah, let's just run that dungeon. Let's run the dungeon! Let's run the dungeon! Oh my gosh, I hate this. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. Why is it the literal worst? It's the literal worst. Engines. Yeah, why not? Yeah. 8898. I don't wanna run that one, but okay. Let's go. Let's go. 8898. Portion, no, please. With crystals. Where are we gonna go? Hey. Okay. Healer Doko. Healer Doko! Ah! My controller vibrated when the cue popped! And it creeped me out!
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Damn it! Ah! I didn't mean to do that. Nuts! Listen, I'm sorry. like this song a lot. I like this music a lot. It's going nice and fast. Yeah, that's why I said maybe I should have waited. nice.
I cannot let you take Meteon. Not yet.
Thank you for tanking Ian. It is going very fast. Just one more level. You're nearing the end. Okay. I'm sitting in this fetal position and now it's uncomfortable. I have to switch to a new chair. Ah! Okay. Yes, he did want speed. Thank you.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
There you go.
Streams of ether! Surge as one!
There's so much going on. Okay.
Dancing winds! Pierce my foe!
I was worried about the interrupt. I was like, what is this? Because I'm not used to interrupting.
Stars on high! All is red even when transformed! But I am not finished yet.
Look at. Okay! Thank you. Nice. Okay, thank you. Do it right now. Thank you. Okay. I have to go pee. Really badly. Okay, I have to go pee. I was holding it. Thank you! I'll be back! Okay, I'm gonna get my burger too. Okay. I have my burger and some roasted potatoes. I've emptied my bladder. Okay. Buccaneer, thank you for the super chat. Ashwin Nair, thank you for the super chat. Lava Guardian, thank you for the super chat. Yuyon, thank you for the super chat. Ashwin Nair, thank you again for the super chat. Raxmore, thank you for the super chat. Okay. Okay. Hey, thank you. Also, thank you, Ian, for tanking. Thank you. Very quick, very fast. Okay. One more level to go. Let me see. What time is it? What time is it? Okay. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come. Maybe I should grab the drink while I was there. Yeah, let me sorry. I was down in the kitchen. I did not get any kind of thing to drink. Okay, I'll be back. I'm sorry. I'll be back. One more time. I'll go get some grape juice. I'll be back. Yeah, I heated up the burger. Firstly, my hair hit me in the eye. In this eye here. So now my eye kind of hurts because my hair poked me in the eye. And secondly, I'm glad I went back into the kitchen because I left the microwave door wide open. Okay! Funghole! Na 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 na. Okay, doko? Is it here? Where is it? Oh. Yeah. See the hair bubble hit me in the eye. As you know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, We refer to it as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and the ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the more easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle of constructing the anti-tower. And once we're here in the Thalmason. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The ITS-scope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umberworld calamity, it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the antioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep into the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish she could do more than observe the progress from afar. The ITS-scope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Ishtola. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel trained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I may assist in the manner of Fortunal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition, ought to pose no challenge at all. Why are they making me read this? And even if we did, I expect you to hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. Oh, so we're all going. I thought it was just maybe me. There is one more thing. Those in the ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? If you think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on the ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associating with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories are departed, may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus, do I caution you to be wary. Wow! Okay! Are we gonna... Okay, I just had a random thought, but this is probably not gonna happen. But also have faith. Also, this kind of reminds me of Hercules. Disney's Hercules, that movie. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that you may lift... They may lift you up once more. We're gonna see all our friends who died in this thing. This is a dungeon?! I didn't realize this was a dungeon. Okay, let me have some food here. Some of my burger. Okay. Okay. I ate too fast. I ate too fast. Also, if you told me that this was a dungeon, I did not see it, and I'm glad I did not see it, because I did not want to be spoiled whether this was a dungeon or not. I'd like to be surprised. Okay. Did I go to the NPCs? No. What time is it? Jeez. Now I'll go with the NPCs for... Not you! We have to go with the family. We have to go with the squad. I'm sorry, Thinker. I like
I stand ever ready.
This is the squad here. Okay, I ate too fast. I ate too fast. Ah! It's an elevator! I thought we were just gonna jump in. I thought we were just gonna dive in. Kinda like that one pool of the dead or something that was in Hercules. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I thought a very long cutscene was coming up. Great. That's why I'm surprised it's a dungeon. Okay. Let's go!
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
NPCs are gonna take forever, though.
Allow me.
What's the positioning on that should be better? I have to learn how to use this move better. Let's go! Let's go, nerds! Let's go! Okay, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. I think maybe I'll go on for like... Find a good place to stop or go on for like another hour. Let me call it a day, and hopefully we'll wrap up the game tomorrow. Stuff back here too. I wish the NPCs could handle big pulls. But every time I force them the big pull, they die. Because Alpha Note cannot heal. Okay, Alpha, okay. More of them. Albert! I told you! I know! We're gonna see all of our dead friends! And not friends. Did you know? One good thing about going with the NPCs is they can eat a little bit. Can pause a bit and eat a little bit.
You cannot stop us!
Mid-dungeon. What? I have a fork in one hand! I'm playing this.
Allow me.
Olivia.
I have you now.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Geez, tomorrow's essentially like the official release of Endwalker. Right now, this is just early access. So, I wonder... if the queues will get worse tomorrow. Well, this cooldown's rather slow. Yeah, it's fully out supposedly tomorrow. I mean, the game is out, okay, but it's just early access. It's like, it's the same thing, okay? Like, it's just if you pre-order the game, you get the privilege of playing it, like, 4 or 5 days earlier than the official release.
Allow me.
Okay, I'll eat some of the burger now. Eat some of the burger now.
Follow
Sorry.
the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Mm-hmm.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Big ball! You can do it, Grind! Alvinel, you can do it!
Allow me.
Yeah. Okay, I kind of lost what I was doing there.
Allow me.
This burger is very good. I seasoned it nicely, and it's cooked well done. Thanks. Very good. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Worship fun. Let's go.
Allow me.
This is the next to last dungeon. Next to last. Let's go, let's go! Who's this? Yeah.
Allow me. Hold still. Allow me.
What? Ah! Okay, okay. No! Oh, okay. I live.
You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
Let's go.
Hold still.
Nice, that is very nice. Hey, burger time again! sleepy. Actually, I'm getting suddenly really sleepy. You know, I guess I was kind of sleepy, low-key sleepy all stream. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep.
Hold still.
Hey, where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, see. Okay, let's bring him over here, though. Oh, we cannot. Okay, fine. I don't know what time it is. I can't see the clock from here, actually.
You cannot stop us.
Yeah. But the plan, the intention is to end it within like 30 minutes from now. Okay, I also now have a drink. Okay. Alright, hello! Come on! Okay. That's better. Tomorrow should be the last day theoretically. Hopefully. It's the last day.
Hold still.
Okay, thank you. Nice. Is it? Nice. Yeah, I'll end in like 20, 30 minutes.
Stubborn. But this is as far as you go.
Oblivion beckons!
I was almost expecting 80s. Hey, dude, still.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer.
That's kind of hard to see.
The stage is set.
Yeah. What? What? That's it loud, I think.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Hey, but in curtain call, you're supposed to hide behind a piece of ice. Okay, I see.
What a boorish audience you are.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Allow me.
You underestimate me.
You cannot stop us.
Alright, this one might be too easy. So far, this one might be a little too easy.
Allow me. Allow me.
Nuts! I'm sorry! Burger time!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies! My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Okay.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name?
Apparently, so coup de grace.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With them at Silk. The final pieces fall into place.
I heard,
In
man.
my
Stop
halcyon
talking.
days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder as Emet adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea. In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis. How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth.
What is the truth?
I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years...
This guy... Hey, we die at the end of our life, so why don't we all just remain dead?
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
Everybody dies, so it's better to just be dead rather than be alive.
How it vexes me to see your conviction falter.
I'm just kind of weak.
Still clinging to existence, I see.
Eh?
You who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I.
Who?
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Asahi!
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Okay, fine. Jeez, I wasn't a fan of you either.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Zenos.
Ah, that's why he's mad! Okay!
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Okay, I get it! I get it! He was in love with Lord Zenos.
You are at my mercy.
So he's gonna
I
get...
shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
I get it!
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I get it! Like, how dare you use my body to betray Lord Zenos? I loved him! Okay. Okay.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Don't try to follow me.
I'm not! Jeez!
I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Oh, dang. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Ah. Oh. Gremlin option.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days.
Why?
But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Have a good night.
Far from it, my child.
And hello, people just joining us.
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
What? How do we prove ourselves worthy?
Hark!
It.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith
We have to
vanquish
fight you,
despair
huh?
itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Man, this dude just wants to fight, okay?
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
Okay. Alright. Enemy protect.
Same mind.
Enemy protect, thinkers.
What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light, shouldst thou emerge victorious.
Okay. As exciting as this is. Ah, Mother Crystal. Ah. I will do it with the trusts, but it's super late. What time is it? It's super late. I have to wake up in 7 hours. So we might. I think I should end it here. It's super late. So, yeah, I will end it here. And then we'll start with this. I'll log off here. Okay. Okay. Good progress today. Good progress today. So, we're almost at level 90. Almost at level 90. Almost done. So we should be done tomorrow. We should, crossing our fingers, should be done tomorrow. Then it's back to our usually regular scheduled programming. Okay, but thank you everybody for tuning in today. Thank you. So, we'll start. What? Sorry, BGM is kind of loud. Sorry. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you. Good progress today. We'll finish up tomorrow. So, with that, I wish you all a good morning, a good day, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. We're starting tomorrow off with a boss battle. So with that, everybody please take care of